So let's please all stand. This court's now sitting.
Good morning. Yes, Mr. Castleton.
Your Honour, if it's convenient, I call Rick Bloom.
Yes, Mr. Bloom. I see you're already in the witness stand. The court officer is now going to ask you to take your affirmation. Yes, you can remain seated.
Thank you. Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You say words I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Castleton.
Would you please state your full name?
Rick Blum.
Mr. Blum, can I ask you just to keep your voice up?
Okay.
The acoustics in this courtroom aren't great, and the microphone before you is largely to transcribe what you and Her Honour and other parties say. Are you a pensioner?
Yes, invalid.
And to your belief, were you born on the 9th of July 1939? Have you been provided with the brief of evidence in relation to this inquest?
Did.
And have you taken the time to read that brief of evidence?
I have.
And have you read that brief of evidence carefully?
I hope so.
Did you make any notes as you read that brief of evidence?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of making those notes?
Just to, things I found things which were said by various people, and that would corroborate to my opinion of well, I can't say more. It's fine.
Have you provided a copy of your notes to anyone?
No.
You've not provided those notes to your solicitors who acted for you briefly?
No, I sent them. I wrote a resume of my take of the brief, and I not fax. I emailed them to them.
And do you have any documents with you this morning?
Yes, just a few notes and 3 documents.
And putting aside the few documents,
Yes.
the notes that
Yes.
you have with you this morning,
Yes.
were they notes that you provided to your solicitors?
Yes. Generally speaking, yes.
And in relation to the other documents,
Yes.
what is the purpose of those documents?
They're just a note from Centrelink and a newspaper cut of factory I was running in Luxembourg, and a post office receipt for the coins I sent back to Europe.
Would you like those 3 documents to be considered for tender
Yes.
in this inquest?
Yes.
Could I ask you to provide those documents which you would like to be considered for tender to the court officer?
Yes.
And in relation to your other notes that you have with you this morning, can I ask you to put those, please, to one side?
Yes.
And if you could turn those over, and if need be, towards the end of your evidence, you may, with Her Honour's leave, be entitled to read from those if necessary.
Okay.
If you wouldn't mind just turning them over. Thanks, Mr. Bloom.
That's all right. Yeah.
Mr. Bloom, have you at any time...
One moment, Mr. Castleton. If you could just turn them all over, you're welcome to keep them there. Just turn them all face down, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Bloom.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Face down, you said?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Just like that. And the other ones as well. It looks like you've got the police statement there.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Castleton.
My pleasure. Mr. Bloom, at any time prior to today, have you listened to a podcast known as The Lady Vanishes?
Never.
Have you, at any time prior to today, followed the disappearance of Marion Barter on social media, such as Facebook or anything like that?
Until the police interviewed me, I never knew that she disappeared.
Have you been, at any stage prior to today, following news reports in relation to the disappearance of Marion Barter?
I only watch the ABC and SBS when I watch TV. I never watch the commercials.
I take it then you're unaware of what may have been reported by news media.
Exactly.
Have you, before this morning, spoken to your wife about the evidence that she gave before Her Honour?
No, she said she wasn't allowed to.
Have you seen any part of your wife's evidence before Her Honour in the last few days?
No.
You understand, I take it, having read the brief, that this is an inquest into the disappearance of Marion Barter?
I do.
And do you understand why it is you are a witness in this inquest?
Yeah, because I saw her back in, I think it's 94. Yeah, is that right?
You have accepted, have you not, that you had a sexual relationship with Marion Barter?
I do.
In the 1990s?
I do.
And a previous sexual encounter with her in the 1960s in Switzerland?
That's right, yes.
Mr. Bloom, Marion Barter's family is present in court today. Are you aware from reading the brief that there is some evidence that suggests that in mid-October 1997, Marion Barter was located safe and well?
Well, the police told me that when she came back, she stayed in a motel in Brisbane for a week.
Well, if you could take it from me, please, that there is some evidence contained within the material provided to you that in mid-October 1997, that Marion Barter was located in Australia, safe and well, was starting a new life and did not want her whereabouts known. Do you know anything about Marion Barter wanting to start a new life and her whereabouts not to be disclosed?
I read somewhere that the police in Queensland said that she went into a cult society.
I'm asking you
Yes.
whether you have any personal knowledge
All right. No.
of Marion Barter wanting to start a new life and not having her whereabouts known. I'm
No.
asking you.
Yes, understand. No.
No? You did not suggest to her when you had your relationship with her that the two of you start a new life and she adopt one of your aliases, Remakel?
No, sir, no.
Quite certain of that?
Certain of that, sir.
We'll return to that. You were first contact, were you not, Mr. Bloom, on the 8th of June last year by detectives?
No. No, sir. It was in October or November.
Do you have your police statement with you?
Yes.
What is the date of that statement, Mr. Bloom?
The date on that statement is 9th of June 21.
I'll return to my question. Do you recall police first contacting you on the 8th of June last year in relation to Marion Barter,
No.
a day before you provided that police statement?
It was in October or November.
Well, sir, how could you have provided a police statement on the 9th of June 2021?
I never provide that. I provide that at the police station here.
Yes.
And that was in October or November.
Would the witness please be provided with volume 8? And could the witness please be shown tab 280, commencing at page 2205. Mr. Bloom, do you see there
Yes.
a statement dated the 9th of June 2021,
Yes.
a statement signed by you
Yes.
on the 9th of June 2021?
Yeah, no, it was in October or November. I mean, the police is there. They can verify that.
Mr. Bloom, could you be mistaken and that on a further occasion, a second occasion, you attended the police station here in Ballina in September of 2021?
In September, yeah.
Could you please turn to the next tab, tab 281, and do you see
Yes.
you see there an electronic record of interview that took place between yourself and New South Wales police detectives
Yeah.
on the 14th of September 2021?
Yes. Which page did you say?
Take a moment to familiarise yourself with the entire document, but if you go to the first page immediately behind tab 281, you'll see the cover sheet for that electronic record of interview that was conducted at the Ballina Police Station on the 14th of September 2021.
Just the first page of that's it, where you've got it. That page there.
Do you now accept that you spoke to police on the 9th of June 2021 when they completed for you the statement that you signed on that day?
No, I don't. In September, you said?
I'm talking about the 9th of June, Mr. Bloom, last year.
No. I never was on the 9th of June.
How do you explain that there is a statement that you have signed dated the 9th of June 2021 then?
Well, I don't know. I was asked to sign and I signed, but I mean, those two police officers are there. They came to my place in the hills there, and they interviewed me after at the Ballina police station. But it was like you said, in September. It wasn't before that.
Can I just interrupt for a minute? Sorry, Mr. Castleton. It might be some confusion with what you're looking at there, Mr. Bloom. If you go to the page before, which is the statement,
Yes.
and look at the last page, the signature, because you're looking at the document of the 14th of September,
Yes.
and look at the last page to see the signature and the date.
Yes, it said 9 June 21. But that's not true.
I want to suggest to you, Mr. Bloom, that it is true and that on the 9th of June last year you attended the Ballina Police Station and provided that statement to New South Wales Police detectives.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't.
And that on that day, the 9th of June 2021, you signed that statement before you, dated the 9th of June 2021.
I sent that statement at the police station in September, not in June.
And I want to suggest to you, Mr. Bloom, that the day before you signed the statement, that is the 8th of June 2021, Detective Pananza, Sasha Pananza, and Detective Taylor, Ben Taylor, spoke to you about Marion Barter.
That's right, but that was in September, not in June.
I want to suggest to you that it was the 8th of June 2021 and that when police first spoke to you about Marion Barter, you denied having any knowledge of Marion Barter. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that, but that wasn't in June.
And do you recall when you first spoke to police denying any knowledge of a Queensland licence in the name of Fernand Nockles Remakel?
I did.
And I want to suggest to you that the following day you telephoned Detective Pananza indicating you wished to meet with police investigators at the Ballina Police Station to provide a police statement.
I did.
And I want to suggest to you that that was on the 9th of June 2021 as attested by your signature bearing that date.
I said no. I know. It was in September.
And in that statement, and if you need to go to it, please do, the statement of the 9th of June 2021, you admit, do you not, knowing Marion Barter?
Yes, but it was in September.
And you admit, do you not, in that police station statement dated the 9th of June 2021, having a Queensland driver's licence in the name of Fernand Nockles Remakel, correct?
Correct.
And I put to you again that occurred at the Ballina Police Station on the 9th of June 2021.
It didn't. It was in September.
Was the reason when you first spoke to police and denied having any knowledge of Marion Barter or a driver's licence in the name of Fernand Nockles Remakel was that you were caught by surprise?
No, it's because my wife was there.
Was the delay between first being contacted by police, denying any knowledge of Marion Barter or the driver's licence in Fernand Nockles Remakel, was to give you some time to collect your thoughts?
No, I left the police station after I spoke to the police, and I rang the next morning. It was, I think it was Detective Sasha. I rang the next morning, and she made a time for me to come to the station.
Did you take some time to come to the view that you should contact police about having knowledge of Marion Barter and holding previously a licence under the name of Fernand Nockles Remakel?
I didn't take any time because I didn't, until that moment, I didn't know that Marion Barter disappeared. I didn't know.
But you knew, did you not, when police first contacted you, having had at least 2 sexual encounters with her, one in the 1960s and one in the 1990s?
Yes, I know that, yes.
And you knew, when police first contacted, that you had previously held a Queensland driver's licence in the name of Fernand Nicholas Remakel,
Yes,
correct?
Correct.
Why did you not admit to the police that you had previously held the driver's licence?
Yes, I told them that I did.
Not initially, did you?
Not initially, no, because my wife was interviewed by the other detective, and she was coming out, and I didn't want to say anything, that's all.
Can I return to my question? Why didn't you admit to police, when they first contacted you, that you had previously held a Queensland driver's licence in the name of Fernand Nicholas Remakel?
Because at that time I didn't want to, my wife never knew anything about it, and I didn't want her to be asked, that's all.
Have you been completely frank when answering questions put to you by police investigators in your record of interview in September of last year?
Yes.
Mr. Bloom, when you were born, what was the name that was given to you?
I don't really know, but on the record of my birth, which I have, on the record of my birth, I was declared as Willie Coppenol. That's on the book because I was living. I remember from after that. I can't remember what happened 80 years ago, but when I was about probably 3 years old or thereabouts, the home I was living was bombed, and the person which I bear the name was taken by the German ambulance. She had her legs off, and taken by the German ambulance to the hospital, where she was amputated. And the man I believed to be my father came back from the civil war in Spain and was arrested by the German and executed in 1943 or 44.
What was his name?
His name was Desiree David.
David.
That's all I know. That's all I've been told. I don't know.
What was the first name you said?
The first name was, I think it was Desiree, and the second Christian name was David.
David Desiree.
Yeah. Desiree David, yeah.
And surname is Desiree? Or
No, the surname I think was Edever. That's what I was told.
You were told that your biological father
Yes.
was David Desiree de Heberberry.
Yes, that's what I was told. I was before I went to orphanage,
And your birth mother, what was your understanding of her name?
My understanding was Maria Coppenol, because that's what's on the we call, it's called in French, état civil. That's where, it's like the BDM in Australia, where the birth and all that are registered, was bombed as well, and I think all the records were burned in the bombing, and
Pausing there, if we may, your birth mother, you believe, is Maria Coppenol.
I believe that because that's what I was told.
And did Maria Coppenol raise you?
Yes. No, I went to war orphanage because...
Were you reconnected with her at any time?
That's right. I walked out of the orphanage in 1951.
And was it at that time that you were reacquainted with your birth mother, Maria Coppenol?
That's right.
And was she married at that time?
She married, and that's why she came and she remarried with. She married in 51 with Abel Wouters, and then.
And that's A-B-E-L, Wouters, W-O-U-T-E-R-S.
That's right. Yes, he was never called Abel. He was called André.
And did he have a middle name, Florent?
Florent, yes.
And he became your stepfather, did he?
That's right.
And did you have any stepbrothers or sisters?
I had 2 brothers, and...
Were they half-brothers or stepbrothers?
I don't really know.
And what were their names?
One was Freddie, and the other one was Desiree.
And pausing there, what was Freddie's surname?
David.
Not Wouters?
No. Because the law in, if I said in Napoleon Code, which is the law there, I was declared as a born from a single mother. And when my brothers were born, she was apparently married, so they took the name of the father. But mine, because it happens before, was changed to Wouters, because when she remarried, she was married twice, obviously, and when she remarried to Wouters, the register.
Is it your understanding, Mr. Bloom, that your 2 brothers born to your mother had the same father as you, biological father?
Maybe, I don't know.
What I'm trying to understand...
Yeah, I understand, yeah.
...is that you told Her Honour a short moment ago that your understanding was that your biological father took the surname de Heverberry.
That's what I was told.
And pausing there, and you've just said a moment ago that your brother, Freddie, took the surname David. Why not de Heverberry?
I don't know. I wouldn't know. I don't know.
Or Coppenol?
Yeah, I don't know.
And your other brother, was it Desiree?
Yeah.
What was his surname, to your understanding?
David.
David as well?
Yeah.
Not de Heverberry?
No, I don't think
Coppenol?
so. No.
And not Wouters?
No. Wouters only came in 51, I told you before.
And your mother, Maria,
Yeah.
when did she pass?
She passed away, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, I don't know. Can't remember exactly.
Was it in the 2000s or the 1990s or some other era?
Can't remember. I got a phone call, I was in Coles supermarket. I can't remember.
And Andre Wouters, your
Yeah.
stepfather, when did he pass?
I think my brother died first. And then...
Pausing there, please. Which brother? Are you
my brother, Freddie.
Freddie? And what year was that?
I can't remember. But he was the one who went first. and then Andre, because the mother ended up being on her own and died in hospital, I know that, but I can't exactly remember.
Can't assist Her Honour in terms of the timing of
No, I can't.
these events?
No.
And your other brother, is he still alive or has he passed?
I don't know. I sent an email to the register of the area I used to live. I don't know if he's moved or I don't know anything about it. But anyway, I sent an email just to find out because I haven't spoken to him for, I don't know, at least 30 years. I haven't spoken to him, and I sent an email to find out if he was still alive, and I never got an answer.
And is it your understanding that you were born in Tournai?
Yes, that's right.
And did you do your schooling in Tournai?
No, I was in an orphanage, in a war orphanage in Elzel.
And after the war?
No, in 1951, which is after the war, obviously, yeah.
And was your family, after 1951, residing in Tournai?
No.
Where were they living?
I went to Germany. My stepfather, if I can call it that way.
Andre?
Yeah, he was in the army. He was a military man, and he was based in occupied Germany.
When did you return to Belgium?
We returned to Belgium probably 5 years later, probably.
And did you commence any employment in Belgium when you returned from Germany?
Not straight away. I studied and went to the academy.
Which academy are you referring to?
Academy of Arts.
And what did you study?
Pardon?
What did you study?
I was studying pre-Columbian civilization.
Was that your major, if I can use that term? And what other subjects did you study?
I occasionally did works, drafting and that sort, decoration, that sort of thing. But that was only nighttime after the main course during the day.
When you say drafting, what type of drafting? Were you sketching or painting or calligraphy?
No, like you do models for tapestry. You know, at the time, all the houses were, where the walls were not like here. It was tapestry on all the wall in Europe at that time, and it was searching for motifs for tapestry.
When you finished your studies at the Academy of Arts, did you commence employment?
No, I went to do my national service.
Right. And was that with the Belgian Armed Forces?
That's right.
And how long did you do that for?
I went there for altogether. I think I was meant to be there 2 years, and it changed in the time I was there. So I think I was altogether 1 year, I think.
And at the conclusion of your service with the Belgian Armed Forces, what did you next do by way of employment?
I worked. No, I joined the gendarmerie
And what year did you join the gendarmerie?
in 1958.
And how long did you stay
I
in
can't
the gendarmerie?
exactly remember because within the time I was years in hospital,
Well,
and
we'll just break it down if we may.
yeah,
We're talking firstly about the Belgium gendarmerie.
that's right. At the time, the Royal Gendarmerie. At the time, it's changed now.
And where were you stationed when you first...
In Brussels.
And did you remain in Brussels?
I remained in Brussels and at the Brussels Military Hospital, yes.
And what year was it that you entered the military hospital?
It was 1960, I think it was 1963, I think. I'm not 100% sure.
Could it have been earlier, perhaps 1960 or 1960?
No. Because in 1960 I was able, and I went on horseback to the marriage of the king. So that was in 1960 that the king married, and I had the crash. I was crushed and pulverized.
When was that?
I think it had to be next 61 or 62.
And what happened when you were crushed and pulverized?
Well, we were in training and we had a female horse in front of me which was in heat, and I was on a male horse, you can put it that way, and so was the other, the one which was next to me, put it that way. We were in columns of two, and he panicked and jumped, so I was squashed between the two horses, and I was trained for about 300 meters, 1 foot in the stirrup and my head on the ground.
And was it that incident that led to you being hospitalised?
That's right. The ambulance, the gendarmerie ambulance come and pick me up.
And what, if any, physical injuries did you sustain?
I had multiple fractures compound fractures, the bones were out. Compound fractures of all the bones in my legs.
Lower leg? Tibia, fibula, or are we talking?
Tibia, fibula, femur, yeah. And I had head injuries, and they took a part of my iliac side here. I had some broken ribs. I was in an orthopedic bed with pulleys and weights and, like a cage. I was in there for quite some times. And then...
How long were you hospitalised for?
Altogether with... because the problem is that they took their time, and I was told so, because
Mr. Bloom, I'm just asking you how long you were hospitalised for.
Altogether, probably a couple of years.
And was that in one continuous period, or were you discharged?
No, I was discharged between years.
And the incident that you've just recounted, you said it was a training incident?
That's right.
whereabouts was the training?
It's called La Forêt Swine, so the swine forest.
Near to which town or city?
That was in Ixelles, which is a suburb of Brussels.
And apart from yourself, how many other gendarmerie were there?
We were... I suppose at least 20 or 30. I can't.
And as part of this training exercise
Yes.
in the swine forest, were there any other civilians, or was it just the gendarmerie undergoing their training?
No, they were not. It's a civilian. It's like a civilian park. There are people there in their car and all that. It's a huge. It's like. It's called a forest for the reason that it's not a wood. It's because it's bigger, and it is the breeding space of the town of Brussels, if I can put it that way.
And do you know what caused your horse or the other horse to bolt?
I told you that because I had a female horse in heat in front of me. The reason you say was because of the male horse, Yes,
wishing to service the female horse?
probably, I don't know.
And I take it there was no protest occurring, it was just you and 20 gendarmerie riding through the swine forest?
At the time, there was no protest, no. I've been to protests before. The protests were in got to the waning of the king in 60, and the protest was in 61.
And did you suffer any incident during the protest?
No.
And what was that protest?
But the colonial, people who went to the Belgian Congo were repatriated because in 1961 they had the revolution or insurrection, they sent the army because like all the convents, the nurses were raped and God knows what. They sent the army to bring back all the colonials, all those people which were in the colony.
Thank you. Now, during the protest you've just described, you weren't crushed or pulverised by any horse?
No.
I take it you were not attacked or assaulted by any...
We just did our duty. We just on horseback, contained the crowd.
Mr. Bloom, there's some evidence contained within the brief by other witnesses who allege that you told them that you sustained your significant orthopaedic injuries to your legs following a fall from a horse during a protest involving expat Belgian Congo people.
No.
Quite certain that you fell from the horse during the training exercise in the swine forest?
It happened the way I just told you.
Do I take it then that those witnesses who have given an account different to yours, you say are wrong? Maybe
not, because there were stories, going on about the country was like a revolution, In 1961...
Can we return to my question,
yes.
Please? Do you say those accounts that Her Honour has heard and has read about by other people as to how you came to have your significant orthopaedic injuries are wrong?
Yes, obviously.
One of the witnesses was your wife, Diane de Hebervary,
Yes, it's
who gave evidence this
I understand
week.
that.
Let me finish, please. Who gave evidence this week that your horse riding incident occurred during a protest.
Probably she heard that. I don't know. I met my wife many years after, and it's probably that was when she was in Europe in the family. That's probably, or somewhere else. I don't know. It's probably a story that she was told.
And I want to suggest to you, Mr. Bloom, that it was a story most likely told by you to her.
No, I'm sorry. No.
She is mistaken, you say.
Sorry?
You say your wife is mistaken.
I'd say so, yes. I probably told her what happened. I told her, they were pulling the tram rails. They were, all the streets, the pavements were taken off and thrown. There was 300,000 people. It was like a revolution. And I explained all that to my wife, and she probably got mixed up. I don't know.
And Janet Oldenburg?
Janet Oldenburg, yes.
You also have gotten
Yeah.
mixed up as to how you came to have your injuries following a horse riding accident?
I don't know. I probably told her what happened and the whole story, and she decided on her own, I suppose. I don't know. I just don't know. Janet Oldenburg, I told her the story, of what happened, and I also told her that I was aggressed in Amsterdam. I told her that, but she made up whatever she said.
I want to be fair to you.
Yes,
Mr.
I understand.
Your wife this week gave sworn evidence before her honour that you told her you were on a horse, was pulled off a horse, and was bashed in a demonstration as to how you came to suffer your orthopaedic leg injuries.
No, it happened the way I just told you. I told you, I swore to say the truth, and I do maintain that's what I do.
Mr. Bloom, whilst you were in the gendarmerie, were you posted anywhere outside of Belgium?
Not in the gendarmerie.
When you were required to perform your national service
Yes,
in the late 1950s...
I went to Africa, yeah.
Let me finish the question, please. Were you stationed anywhere outside of Belgium?
Yes, I did a convoy, a retrieving convoy from the Belgian Congo.
Just the Belgian Congo in Africa?
Yep.
No other postings overseas other than in Africa?
No. It wasn't a posting. We just went with planes to pick up all those civilians which were ex-colonials.
Returning, if I may, to your time in the gendarmerie, doing the best you can today, when did you complete your service and were discharged from that organisation?
It had to be 63. I was 2 years in hospital, in and out, and the accident happened, I was 61, I was at the wedding, so it must have happened in 62, 2 years in hospital, 64. That's probably what it was.
And after 64, give or take,
Yeah.
What did you then do by way of employment, if anything?
I received money, big money, from the Invalid Commission because I was invalided.
You received some compensation for your injuries arising out of the course of your employment within the gendarmerie.
Yes, and I went to. I stayed with my family for. I stayed with my family with sometimes, and I lived in Tournai for some times.
Just asking about your first employment after you've left the gendarmerie.
My first employment after I left the gendarmerie, I worked as I think I work as a photographer.
In Belgium?
I worked as a photographer in Belgium, here in Australia as well.
And were you working as a photographer in Tournai?
Yes, I think so.
And did you do any photographic work in France?
I did in France, I did photographic work, yes.
Now, how long did you stay in Tournai after 1964 before you moved towns?
I stayed in Tournai for some years, and then I think I got married. I first married in, I think it's 1966. I'm not 100% sure. I think it was 1966.
Mr. Bloom, I was just asking you,
and then
when you left Tournai,
then I went to, with my I moved to Brussels.
When you were married or before you were married? Or after you were married?
No, I moved to Brussels when I got married here.
And was that doing the best you can about 1966?
Yeah, thereabouts, yeah.
And that was Brussels you were then living in?
Yeah.
And was your first wife Janine Leroy?
That's right.
And when you were in Brussels, what were you doing by way of work?
No, I was still in the gendarmerie.
Well, I thought you said, again, doing the best you can, that you were discharged from the gendarmerie in about 1964, give or take, and you then moved to Tournai and worked as a photographer, and that in 1966 you married your first wife, Janine Leroy.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused there. I can't really recall. I think I got married in 66, and I was in plaster till here, but they took me to the place we were, because I was married before going to hospital.
To your first wife?
To my first wife, yeah. And then, because she came to hospital, and then...
Well, just pausing there, do you remember what year you married your second wife, Nicole Renaud?
I was only married for, when I say only, I was only with her for a few weeks.
The second wife?
Yeah, and I can't exactly remember when.
Are you able to say when you were able to ambulate without difficulty following your hospitalisation?
I kept on going on crutches for sometimes.
If you're unable to say...
Please. Yes, I understand. I went to Switzerland and I was still on crutches when I first went.
And what was the purpose of going to Switzerland?
Just to regain some health and strength. I lived in a chalet in the mountains and returned to Brussels either by car or by train. And they had a train, the train from Bâle to Calais, which was stopping on the way where I caught.
Well, pausing there,
Yeah.
if we may, the chalet that you stayed in Switzerland, was that near Zurich or was it near...
No, it was in the hills, in the mountains above Montreux.
And was it a health retreat or...?
No, it was a holiday resort, people doing ski and all that sort of thing. You used to drive to the railway station in Montreux and catch the goggle train until the railway station in the mountain, and then from then on pick up your ski and take what they call a tierfest, the Thai puller.
And were you skiing when you were staying at this chalet?
I did, but later, not from the start. I did a bit of ski. Yeah. Not
moguls or freestyle.
That's right. Yeah.
And how long did you stay in Switzerland?
I stayed in Switzerland for 4 years.
4 years.
In and out.
In and out.
Because I visited, various cities, mainly Lausanne, Montreux, Les Uns, mainly, and Lucerne.
And were you working whilst you were spending time in Switzerland?
No.
For those
No.
4 years
No,
in and out?
No, I wasn't.
You weren't undertaking work as a photographer?
No, I wasn't. Not in Switzerland.
How were you funding these trips over a period of 4 years in and out?
I got, as I told you before, I got compensation and I got a pension from them.
As part of your business as a photographer, did you register a business in Belgium called Renov Pubs?
Never did.
Can I just show you a document? Could the witness please have volume 9?
Yes, I know what you're talking about. I've gone through.
Page 2310. Mr. Bloom, you may have seen this document before and read it. It's a statement from a Joni Kondos who undertook a search of the Belgian Business Register under one of your names.
Yeah.
The search was under De Hedevery.
Yeah.
And her searches revealed that Rick Bloom, and this is paragraph 28.
Yes.
Rick Bloom came up as an individual in advertising and marketing from 1968. Does that ring any bells when you may have been doing your photography work?
Never been in marketing in my life.
If you read on, you also will see, as part of that search of the Belgian Business Register, that the name Willie David Coppenol came up, and that's a name you've used in the past.
Yes, that's right, I understand. No.
You have no recollection of registering a business?
No.
Called Renoff Pubs?
No. I denied that in my affidavit that I sent to Mrs. Patoki.
I don't believe. I'll take some instructions on that. Now, were you at any time associated with a business registered in Belgium called C&L Construct?
Construction in my... No. I'd like to mention to you that the name of my mother...
Maria?
Had 13 brothers and sisters. At the time, before the war, they were all huge families. And the name Coppenol is a common, like Smith here, is a very common name in Belgium.
Pausing there, is the name Rick Bloom a common name in Belgium, to your understanding?
I don't think so. No.
And what about Frederick de Hebervery? Is that a common name in Belgium?
No, I don't think so.
Now, if I can just return to your evidence about your first wife. You think that you were married whilst you were employed in the gendarmerie?
Whilst I was in hospital.
And whilst you were in hospital, were you still employed by the gendarmerie?
That's right, yes.
And you've said...
I'm sorry. Wait on, I'm sorry. I think I was married in 1960.
Right. To Janine Leroy?
Yes, I think it was...
Prior to the horse accident?
Yes. yes.
After your national service and before the horse accident? Does that help?
Yes. I'd say 1960, no. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 1960.
And did you and Janine Leroy have any children from that relationship?
That's right, yes, I had a son and a daughter, which I recognize, but I can't be sure it was my daughter. And I think she had another one after, but which then wasn't mine at all.
Just dealing with your first wife,
Yeah.
Janine Leroy, you understand?
Yeah.
What was your son's name?
He was called Gaetan.
Could you spell that, please?
Gaetan. That was my wife's choice.
Right. And that was his
Christian name.
first name or Christian name?
Yes, that's right.
Given name. And what was his surname?
His surname was Wouters.
Which was the surname you were going by at that time?
That I was when I was in gendarmerie. That was my surname.
Now, you mentioned a daughter that may have been your daughter from this union with Janine Leroy. What was your daughter's name?
It was oh God. I can't remember.
Right.
Mainly because I didn't want to remember. It was a bad episode of my life.
But you have a memory today that you certainly had a son
Yes,
and a daughter that may or may not have been
That's right.
your child.
that's right. I agree.
And was there another daughter that may or may not have been your child?
400% sure we were not living together.
Now, after that marriage ended, Renault,
Yes, I did.
and were there any children from that relationship? To your knowledge?
No.
And doing the best you can, when was that marriage performed?
Maybe, no. Can't recall. I tell a lie.
And then you've told police investigators that you were married for a third time to Ilona Kinsel.
That's right.
And when did you marry?
I married her in that's before I came on holiday in Australia. I came early 69.
There's some records, if it assists Mr. Bloom, that you were married in Brussels on the 10th of May, 1969. Does that assist?
No, because I came to Australia in April, I think. And I was married before coming.
I'll see if we can dig some documents up that will assist you on that. Were there, to your knowledge, were there any children from that relationship with Ilona Kinsel?
No, she had We were together for, when I arrived in Australia, she arrived in Sydney on a migrant visa because that's what she wanted to do. And I arrived in Perth on a tourist visa, and
at this point in time, you're married.
At that point in time, we were married.
You travelled separately to Australia.
That's right, yes.
If it assists, you arrived into Perth Airport
That's
on an
right.
aeroplane on the 24th of May, 1969. If that assists, and if need be, I can take you to the document, which you
Yeah, that's fine.
may have already
yeah,
seen.
okay, yeah.
I'll just turn that up, Your Honour. It's volume. Which one is two?
I saw it, but I
Volume 9, Part 1.
saw it, but I can't exactly remember.
Do you have a page, Mr. Castellan? Do you have a page?
Yes, Your Honour, page 2369. I've got it, please. Do you have Part 1? Volume 9, Part 1. Does the witness have that?
I'm sorry.
You just need to get the page if you wouldn't mind.
Page 2527. Perhaps if the court officer could assist, Your Honour.
Yes, thank you.
2527, thanks. Is it the handwritten note, or is it?
No, it's a document. It's tab 288 of volume 9, part 1. The page is 2527.
Got it. Yes, we've got that now, thanks.
Do you see that, Mr. Bloom?
Yeah. It's
Now-
24th of May. Yeah.
Now go to the next page, just to satisfy yourself that it relates to you. But do you see on page 2528,
Yeah.
family name Wooters,
Yeah.
given names Willie.
I understand. That's correct.
You were born, were you not, on the 9th of July 1939?
That's correct.
And do you see that
Yeah,
you've come to Australia for a holiday?
that's right. And
3 months is your intended length of stay.
I don't think I stay 3 months, but
And
I think I stay 6 weeks.
who did you stay with at 6 Gosnell Street in Sydney when you arrived?
With my wife,
Ilona Kinsell.
yeah, had a friend, a lady friend in Brussels, and they emigrated together, except that my wife was, for some reason that I don't understand and I don't know, was flown to Sydney, whilst a girlfriend came with a Greek ship. And a friend who came with a Greek ship arrived in Australia before my wife. She sailed, I can't remember when.
Mr. Bloom, my question was simply who did you stay with at...
That was a girl.
You've answered the question.
Sorry.
Thank you. Your Honour, I note the time, if that's convenient.
Yes.
For the morning adjournment, Your Honour.
Yes, we'll take the morning adjournment and we'll come back at 12 o'clock.
Thank you.
Silence, please all stand. This conference call is now temporarily adjourned. Silence, please all stand. Call the court is now resumed.
Yes, Mr. Castleton.
Thank you. Mr. Bloom, do you still have Volume 9, Part 1 before you?
Yes. Can I just mention something before? When I said that I came in April, I was mixed with my second time coming to Australia.
What? All right, well, let's just explore that.
All right, okay.
What was the mistake that you made in relation to coming to Australia?
Because I said I was coming in April and it's May,
Yes.
like you've justified it.
24 May.
That's right.
1960.
But the second
To
time,
Perth.
yeah, the second time it was arriving in April, and that's why I said April. Sorry.
What year in April did you arrive for the second time to Australia?
In 1971.
71.
I think, yeah, 1971.
Now, you met up with your wife,
Yeah.
Ilona Kinsall,
Yeah,
in Sydney.
yeah.
And how long did you stay in Australia on that first trip?
On that first trip, like I said, I moved to that place in Gospel Street with my wife's girlfriend. I stayed with her for the best of 2 months, and then she went to Melbourne
Yes.
with another man.
Your wife?
Yeah,
You separated, did you?
yeah. She went to Melbourne with another man, and apparently she died in a car accident or something like that, from what I've heard.
Now, how long did you stay in Australia, that first visit?
The first visit I stayed I went back Can I just check my note?
I'd like you to try and remember without refreshing your memory.
Yeah, I know. Oh, 70, 69.
Does it assist you that, and if I need to take you back to the arrival card, that your intended length of stay when you arrived at Perth on the 24th of May 1969 was 3 months, and that you brought a 3-month visa?
Yeah, but I got a permit to remain in Australia.
Right.
So,
And that was granted, that permit was granted on the 2nd of October 1969. Does that assist?
Yeah, probably in that sort of time.
Again, how long after you were granted residency or resident status in Australia did you depart Australia before you returned in April, perhaps in 1971?
All right. I can't remember, but all I remember is that I was living then in Rose Bay, and I received a telegram from Canberra saying that I had to go to the Commonwealth House in Chifley Square.
Yes.
And at a certain, to ring to make an appointment or whatever. I did ring, and they told me to come with an amount of money and 2 photographs, which I did. And then I went to an office. When I arrived, I was given a name from the person I rang, can't remember the name. I got into the entrance of the building, and the reception person, I can't even remember if it was a man or a woman, told me to take the lift and go to the 3rd floor to see that person in question. Fill up some paper, which I signed, and he told me to come back an hour later, and he gave me an Australian passport.
Can I ask you to turn to page 2475?
2475. Yes.
Do you see there, Mr. Bloom, an application for resident status
Yes.
in Australia under the name Willie Widget?
That's right, yes.
And is that your application?
Yes, I signed it, so yes.
Now, do I understand correctly that when you were granted resident status in Australia, it was granted in the name of Frederick de Heverberry?
That's right. I agree.
Can you explain how that could be in circumstances where your application was in the name of Willie Wooters but was granted to you in the name of Frederick de Heverberry?
Because I had the deed poll with me when I went to Shifley Square.
But at that time, do I understand correctly that you were unable to change your name by deed poll in Australia from Willie Wooters to Frederick de Haverberry because you had not yet become an Australian citizen or had been granted resident status?
A lawyer did it. I didn't go to the BDM. It's a lawyer who did it. And
why did you change your name at that point in time from Willie Wooters to Frederick de Haverberry?
just didn't want to be. Memories of the past. That's all. That name was tracking in my making.
Did you not want to be found by anyone?
No.
Did you want to start a fresh new life in Australia?
Which I did. I never did anything in Australia.
And when you started your fresh life in Australia, were you careful not to have your whereabouts known or not?
No. No.
If you look, please, at the document in front of you, page 2475.
Yeah.
Do you accept that that is in your handwriting?
Yes.
If you go to section 2, please.
Yes.
Do you see that you've been asked to identify your previous addresses overseas?
Yes.
Take a moment to read that.
The addresses.
Yes. Don't read it out, just read it to yourself quietly.
Yes.
Now, one sees next to each address the annotation XL or BXLY.
Yes.
Do you see those?
Yes.
What does XL stand for?
Stands for XL. ETC? ETS, you mean?
I'm just asking you, are you identifying a town or
The town is...
a country?
No.
What does XL mean when you say 20...
XL.
Yes.
Yeah, it's XL. It's the suburb. The suburb is IXELLES.
Thank you. And what's...
And abbreviated, it's XL.
And which town is XL a suburb of?
In?
Is it a suburb in a particular city?
You can
What
say.
is the city?
Brussels.
Thank you. That's all I'm wanting to understand.
Oh, right, okay.
And each of those suburbs identified in section 2 of the document are suburbs of Brussels.
That's right, yes.
Now, does that mean that between 1960... I withdraw that. Do you accept between 1959
Yes.
to 1969, a period of approximately 10 years, you resided in Brussels?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your evidence that you returned to Tournai after being discharged from the gendarmerie.
Yes, but that was the address is the address of the gendarmerie.
Are all of those addresses the address of the gendarmerie?
No, 227.
Yes.
That's the address of the gendarmerie.
And the next one?
The next one is Chaussée du Havre. That's in Brussels 4. Brussels 4 is Etterbeek.
Yes.
And the next one is in Henri Conscience. It's Henri Conscience. I think that one is in Excel. I can't remember. Henri Conscience.
And looking at that document,
Yes.
does that help you to discern when you were travelling in and out of Switzerland?
Yes, I was traveling in and out of Switzerland. I stayed in Switzerland in 19... I was in Switzerland before coming to Australia in 1970, I think, in and out between Christmas and between New Year and Christmas. And I was in Switzerland I was in Switzerland in 68, in 67, 66 and 65. Yes, I was on and off 4 years.
And was it primarily for vacation?
Sorry?
Were your visits to Switzerland
Yes.
in those 4 years, as you described, in and out, was that primarily for vacation, holiday?
It's to regain health, yes.
And did you go to any specific hospital or health retreat or rehabilitation centre?
I went to Lausanne. There was a sanatorium in Lausanne where I went to.
And did you only go to that sanatorium on one occasion?
No, more than one occasion.
And are you able to say what years or year you went to the sanitarium in Luzerne?
Not in Luzerne, in Lausanne.
Lausanne.
Leisyn. Leisyn.
And returning, if I may, to my question, what year or years did you go to that sanitarium in Switzerland?
In those years, I went...
So those 4 years?
Yeah, I went a few times.
Now, earlier you said that you would stay at a chalet.
Yes, that's right.
Is the chalet near this particular...
No, Lausanne is in the Valley area, which is the French-speaking area of Switzerland, and it's up in the mountain on the other side. It was very, very high because I remember going once by a car and, oh Jesus, anyway.
Now, again, just to assist you with your
Yeah.
recollections, if you again look at the document, please. Do you
Yes.
see section 3, previous employment overseas?
Yes.
You identify firstly the gendarmerie,
Yes.
and that's for the period 1959 to 1964.
Yes.
Now, does that suggest to you that you were discharged from the gendarmerie in 1964
Yes, I suppose so. Yes.
and also had completed your period of time in any hospital recovering from the horse accident?
That's right. Yes.
Now, the next period of time, 1964 to 1967, could you just inform Her Honour what your employment was during that period of time?
Yes. I just went there sporadically. I wasn't there full time. I just went.
Well, firstly, you've got the name of the firm. If
Yes.
translate the name of the firm into English.
Bills.
Yes.
Yes. I went to try to learn about. It seems funny, but I went there to learn about sewing machines.
So that was a firm.
They were selling and repairing sewing machines.
And you did that for 3 years?
In and out. I would go there for a few days, and then, and then I went back home, sort of thing.
Were you also, during this period of time, 1964 to 1967, working as a photographer?
No.
Apart from working at the sewing
No.
machine firm,
Oh, mate.
what other employment in that 3 years did
I didn't have, those years, before I first came to Australia, I didn't have permanent employment except photography, which I did on and off.
And just pausing there, what type of photography was that?
I did over there. I used to go to hospital and do firstborn babies. Portraits. And then I did a few weddings.
Now, the next firm, which is the last firm, is the period 1967 to 1962. Right. 69, thank you. Is that
Euroménagerie. Yeah.
What was that employment?
It's Euroménagerie. It's a bit like Norman Ross.
Department store.
Yeah, a department store. Yes, like.
In what town? Brussels?
In Brussels, Brussels 4, which is Etterbeek.
And what was your role within that store?
I just went there on part-time in and off as security.
Security?
Yeah.
Just security?
Yeah, just security.
Now, returning, if I may, to that period of time when you've arrived in Australia for the first time.
First time, yes.
Why did you decide to come to Australia?
I came on holiday. Yes, first time I came because my wife was coming, and she convinced me to come to Australia. That's why I came.
Was it her intention to migrate?
She was a migrant, yes, she was, she did.
And was it also your intention to become an Australian citizen when you left on that first trip?
Not on the first trip, no. I came and I stayed I stayed, I can't remember. I stayed probably I'm sure I stayed less than a year. And
how was the relationship going to survive in circumstances where your wife was seeking to migrate to Australia on a permanent basis and you were not?
at the time I wasn't, no. But I didn't change my mind at the time because she ran away with another man.
And when your wife ran away with another man, was she pregnant?
I have no idea.
Did you come to learn that your third wife, Ilona Kinzel, bore a child?
That's right, and where did I find out? Anyway, I found out that she was declared on my name at the time.
Were you told by Ilona Kinzel that she was pregnant with your child?
Maybe, but I can't recall. Maybe. Because I only stayed, like I said, I'll say a few weeks and she was gone.
Well, I thought you said earlier perhaps 2 months.
Perhaps, yeah.
Before she ran off with a man to Melbourne.
Right, yeah. It was a short time anyway.
And can I just take you to a document in that same bundle you have before you, Mr. Bloom?
And I was working at the AAP in George Street.
I missed that?
I was working in Australian Associated Press in George Street at the time.
What role were you fulfilling?
Photographer.
Could you just turn up, please, page 3117, and if the officer could assist if need be, I'd be indebted. Volume 10, Part 2, page 3117. If perhaps the other folder could be taken away to make some room for the witness. Mr. Bloom, do you see there?
Yes.
New South Wales birth certificate?
Yes.
And did you see that when you were reviewing the material provided to you? Do you see that the birth certificate identifies you as the father?
Yeah, as the informant, yes, I see that.
As the informant?
Yes.
When did you first become aware that you may have been the father of a child born by your third wife, Ilona Kinzel?
Probably a few days before, I went to register the birth.
Were you present for the birth?
No.
Do you recall where you were when your third wife had a child?
I think she gave birth at...
The reason I'm asking this, Mr.
Yes, I understand. I think she gave birth in Camperdown. I'm not 100% sure.
And were you present?
I wasn't, no.
Do you recall where you were?
I suppose I was at work, I don't know.
Were you still in Australia?
Well, if I declared that on that date, I was in Australia, obviously.
Now, this child was born, according to this document, which is the birth certificate, on the 18th of January 1970.
Yes.
Do you recall meeting this child shortly after she was born?
She came to the airport with the child when I departed.
You remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
Does that mean, I withdraw that, when you refer to she, are you referring to your third wife, Ilona?
Yes. I think she was at the time living in Bondi. I'm not quite sure.
And was the child that you've just referred to a newborn child?
It was a baby, yeah.
Baby. And that was, to your recollection, sometime in 1970?
Yes.
And do you remember where you were in, which airport was it?
That was at the Kingsford Smith.
If I tell you that there's some documents that suggest you departed Sydney on the 15th of February 1970, does that assist your recollection?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Now, you're back in Australia shortly after the birth of your daughter to Iona. Does that help you place in your memory when you left Australia on that first visit?
On my first visit, I left whatever date you told me. It must be...
Causing. We've established you arrived into Perth.
Yes.
On the 24th of May.
Yes.
1969.
Yes.
And what we haven't established with any degree of certainty is when you left.
I left
and re-entered.
Well, it's in the departure cards. It's got to be in. I left. So.
Did you leave? And I'll turn it up. Could the witness please be shown volume 9?
Yeah, I thought I had left earlier than that.
Page 2369. Do you have a memory today, Mr. Bloom, of leaving Australia before the birth of a child to Ilona Kinsell?
I can't remember.
Now, do you have that document, page 2369?
Yeah.
Now, you'll see there a handwritten note.
Yes.
Have you seen this before?
Yes, I read them, yeah.
Now, please tell me if it doesn't accord with your recollection, but you'll see that this document records on,
My departure, yes.
it says, just read it quietly to yourself, but it says that you're married in Brussels on the 10th of May 1969.
That's right.
I'm taking you to that document.
It's true.
Identifies your spouse as Ilona Kinzel, seeking a migrant visa. That's accords with your recollection. Then it says granted resident status in Sydney on the 2nd of October 1969. I think that accords with your evidence earlier today that you obtained resident status. And then it has a note, departed from Australia on 15 February 1970.
Yes, that's on my second trip, yes.
Is that the second trip?
Yes.
Or is it your departure?
Oh, yeah.
Or is it your departure from the first trip?
Yeah, that's departure on the first trip. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I just wanting to try and identify
I understand.
these matters. And would that be correct that you departed as Willie Wooters, having come in on a Belgian passport as Willie
Yes,
Wooters?
because the second time I came back on my Belgian passport.
Now,
So,
if you're uncertain about anything, please tell Her Honour,
yes.
Mr. Bloom. We're dealing with matters many years ago. Now, returning to the birth certificate, you accept that you were the informant?
Yeah. I can be in two places at the same time, can't I?
At this juncture, it seems that you may have remained in Australia between the 24th of May 1969, when you arrived at Perth, and then departed on the 15th of February 1970, shortly after the birth of Ilona Kinsel's child. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes, that's true.
And when you gave your evidence a moment ago of having a memory of seeing Ilona with a baby at an airport,
That's right.
does that assist you in understanding that the airport was the airport in Sydney when you departed for Europe?
Yes, I depart from the airport in Sydney, yes.
To return to Europe?
To return to Europe, yes.
Now, in relation to the children that you've had with your previous wives, do you accept that there may be in the order of perhaps 2 or 3 children that you've had from previous marriages?
There are two or three, yes. Yeah.
Possibly 4.
3, 4.
And have you ever disclosed those children to your present wife, Diane?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. When I married my present wife, I certainly did tell her everything of my past life. And can't remember what, and no, it's just too long time ago.
Could you just repeat that last part? It was hard to pick up.
Sorry?
Could you just repeat that last part of your answer? It was
Yes, I
hard
said
to pick
it's
up.
too long time ago. I can't remember what I did say.
Well, your wife this week has informed Her Honour that she was unaware of any children to any previous marriage that you...
I trust that is the case.
And was there any particular reason why you did not share that information with
But
your wife of 46 years?
no, I always put the past in the past. If I can put it that way, I'm not. Oh, yeah. When I met my present wife, we were on a ship for about 3 months. And I never talk of my past.
Dealing with that matter, you just said that when you first met Diane,
Yes.
You met her on a boat?
On a cruising ship, yes.
Cruising ship. And where did it depart from?
Southampton.
And where was it bound for?
For Sydney.
Right.
No, it was a round trip.
And how old was your wife when you met her on this trip?
I think she was 19 when I met her.
And were you a single man or were you married at that time?
At that time, I was... At that time... I know I received the papers from Budapest.
What papers?
Of the divorce with my second wife. Because it was a few weeks after I departed, she was divorced in Budapest.
Second wife or third wife? What name?
Ilona.
Right. Well, I thought we'd established that Ilona was your third wife.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Nicole Renault was your second.
Yeah. No, it's the other way around.
Well, that's not what you told investigators. Part of your record of interview on the 14th of September last year, you told investigators that you had 3 previous wives.
Yes.
Janine Leroy.
The first one.
The second, Nicole Renault. And the third, Ilona Kinzel.
No, it's the other way around. I'm sorry.
Did you not travel with Ilona Kinzel to Australia?
No, I came by plane, I told you.
Yes, but met with her in Sydney?
Yes.
In the mid part of 1969?
Yes.
Now, when you received the papers from Budapest, they were the divorce papers relating to your marriage with Ilona Kinzel.
That's right.
At that point in time, was she living in Hungary or in Australia or somewhere else?
Well, she had to be in Hungary to get a divorce, I suppose. I don't know. Or else it's been done through the embassy in Sydney. I don't know.
Now,
again,
I'm just trying to get some.
Yeah, I understand.
Some
but I've never been to the Hungarian embassy. I don't know, but I knew she did. She was in relation with the embassy in Sydney.
You've recounted that when you first met Diane on the voyage on the cruise liner, that she was 19.
Yeah, and I was divorced, I'm pretty sure.
What year do you believe that you took that voyage to Australia when you met Diane for the first time?
It was December. I remember very well because it changed. It was December. Because the departure was cancelled for some reason. I think we were supposed to depart in December. December 60. No. December 69, and we sailed in, I think it was the 1st of January 70. I think.
And how long did that voyage take?
About 3 months.
And do you remember what month that cruise line arrived in Australia?
We arrived in Australia in March, I think.
1970?
1970,
70?
yes. Or was it 71? No, I'm pretty sure it was 70. Look.
And was this the second trip that you took to
Australia? Yes.
And were you travelling as Willie Wooters or someone else on?
No, Willie Wooters' passport, yes.
On this occasion?
Yes.
And I've taken you to the document that records that you may have departed Australia on the 15th of February.
71? Is that correct?
15th of February 1970.
70, all right. So,
You see and the records could be wrong,
yes.
but do you see there's some confusion as to when it was you
I'm pretty sure.
stayed in Australia on your first visit
Yes.
and when you returned on your second, because
I'm pretty sure we sailed from Southampton. I stayed at I saw my wife at the hotel, but I didn't talk to her. I stayed at the Hilton in Southampton, and my wife and her parents were at the same hotel, and I saw them on the top floor in the swimming pool, and they were
Southampton,
they were
before the boat departed.
before departure. And the departure was changed 3 or 4 times because the Bay of Biscay, the weather was too rough, and they changed the departure 2 or 3 times. And I'm pretty sure that it was 1970. '71.
Just not sure which.
Yeah, I think we sailed in I think it was 1970, and we sailed January 71, I think. So I'm sorry.
No need to be apologetic. That would, if you took that voyage in January of 1971,
Yes.
then that may, on one view, be consistent with your evidence that you recall a visit with your wife Ilona and a baby at an airport, which may be consistent with the documents which suggest that you departed on the 15th of February 1970.
No, I came to Australia with my present wife. I stayed for a few weeks, 6 weeks the most, with her family, and then I departed back to Europe.
And
in that period, I never saw my previous wife. No.
And how long were you away when you left Australia for the second time? Have
Yes.
you just stayed
I came back in
with Diane's family?
Yes.
When did you return?
I stayed with Diane's family about 5 or 6 weeks, and I returned I think it's May. I'm not 100% sure. May 74. I think.
And did you ever see Ilona again after you saw her at that airport on that occasion when she had
No.
a child with her?
She was living with another man. Why would I see her?
Now, when you left Australia the second time, having just stayed with Diane and her parents in Sydney, where did you go? You left Australia. Where did you travel to?
I travelled to Noumea,
Right.
and I took they don't exist anymore. The plane. It was a French.
New Caledonia.
In New Caledonia, yeah, no. It was a French airline, which was.
Be that as it may, did you return to Europe?
Yes, I returned. It was Noumea, Tahiti, and Paris.
And then, what was your intention?
It was the airline, UL something.
And when you left Australia...
ULM.
Thank you. When you left Australia that second time...
Yes.
To return to Europe,
Yes.
what was your intention when you arrived back in Europe? What were you going to do?
In Europe?
Yes.
Well, I was going to just stay there for a while with my family. As it happens, you exactly know what happens. So, as it happens, I got sentenced in France. Yeah.
I'll come to that shortly. But did you have any intention of returning to Australia or not?
Yes.
And
Yes.
on that voyage, the second time you came to Australia, when you travelled with Diane and her family, you were, as I understand your evidence earlier, travelling on the Willy Wooter's passport.
Yes.
Did you introduce yourself to Diane as Willy Wooters? Or had you taken on another identity, Mr. Bloom, at that time?
Yes. No, she didn't know about my passport, so I must have just say the head of her name. I might have. I can't even remember on what name I booked the trip. I try to remember, and I can't remember on what name I booked the trip. I certainly travelled with the Willy Wooter's passport, but I can't remember. It is small.
Were you wanting to be known at this period of time as Frederick de Hevervary?
Yes, always.
Do you have any memory today of introducing yourself to your wife on the first occasion you met as Frederick?
Us?
Frederick.
Yes, that's right.
And what did she call you?
She called me Rick.
On that trip?
Rick.
And has she always called you Rick?
She told me that she didn't want to call me Fred because in Australia Fred is a frog. And so she called me Rick. That's the explanation.
And do I understand your evidence correctly that prior to this journey with Diane,
Yes.
you had already been granted resident status in Australia or not?
No, I got resident status in
Not citizenship,
sorry.
talking about residence.
Oh, yes, I got the permit to remain in Australia, yes.
And that was under the name of?
That was in my Willy Wooter's passport, yes.
But was the resident status you acquired in Australia on that first visit
Yes.
under the name De Heververi or Wooters?
No, it was in my green passport. It was in my Belgian passport.
Now, Your Honour, I see the time. I'm about to move on to a new topic which will require some documents if that's convenient to Your Honour.
We'll take the lunch adjournment now and come back at 2 o'clock.
Stands
Yes, Mr Castleton.
No, please, Your Honour. Mr Bloom, would you agree that you have a long history of committing fraud? Can you elaborate, please, on that long history of committing fraud?
It was all related to check without,
Could you just try and keep your voice up, please, so
yeah,
those
it
in
was
the courtroom
all
can...
related with checks without, without. I met a person who was able to supply me with papers, ID cards and all that.
Identification card.
Identification cards, yes. And open many banks accounts and use checks without, without what do you call that?
Without authorisation?
No, there was no money in the bank, put it that way, and using checks without.
All right, but if it assists, do you have opened in front of you a document which is found in Volume 9, Part 1, Tab 287, commencing at page 2404?
Checks without cover. Checks without cover.
Checks without cover.
Yeah.
And do you see at the top of page 2404 an offence relating to check without cover?
Yes.
And were you sentenced in relation to an offence committed on the 5th of April 1965 in Tournai, a 1-month sentence?
Yes.
And a 50-franc fine?
$65.
Right at the top of the document you've got.
Yes.
And that relates to you, does it not?
Yes.
And do we see that on this document? Can I ask you this firstly? Is this a document you have seen before today?
Yes.
In the brief of evidence? And did you take the time to read it?
Yes.
And is it accurate to your understanding?
Yeah.
And is it fair to say, by way of summary, that between 1965 and 1973, you were convicted of the following offences: check without cover, false documents and usage thereof, larcenies? You'll need to answer, Mr. De Heberveri. Sorry, Mr. Bloom, you'll need to answer.
Oh, yes, yes.
Embezzlement?
Yeah.
And were you sentenced to 4 years imprisonment?
That's right.
And did the 4-year sentence of imprisonment relate to offences committed by you in Rouen, in France, in December of 1971? And were those offences fraud and attempted fraud? You'll need to keep your voice up, please,
yes.
sir. A breach of trust?
Yes.
use of false documents
Yes.
and false impersonation,
Yes.
concealment,
Yes.
other frauds and false imprisonment, I withdraw that, other frauds and false impersonation committed in November of 1972 in Lille,
Yes.
and further fraud committed in Lille in 1973. Were you discharged, withdraw that, were you released from prison in May of 1974? And where were you imprisoned?
In Valenciennes.
In France.
Yes.
And were you initially arrested in Rouen on the 23rd of June 1971? Were you arrested at Wiltz in Luxembourg?
No, never been arrested in Luxembourg.
Never been arrested in Wiltz in Luxembourg?
No, never been arrested in Luxembourg. Never.
Now, could I ask the witness, please, to be provided with volume 10.
Yes, I've gone through, but I've been arrested in France, I've been arrested in Belgium, but I've never been arrested in Luxembourg.
Tab 331, volume 10, part 2. Page 3156. Perhaps the other volume could be returned. Mr. Bloom, do you see there, page 3156, in the bottom right-hand corner, in red ink?
Yeah.
This is a statement from Detectives Pananza, dated the 8th of December 2021.
Yeah.
Have you seen that statement before?
Yes, I've seen it in the...
Have you seen paragraph 13 before?
Yes.
And have you read that carefully before today?
Yes.
Have you discussed the contents of paragraph 13 with your wife?
No.
Have you discussed the contents of paragraph 13 with anyone other than your solicitors?
No.
Now you see there, do you not, that Detective Pananza in paragraph 13 states there are currently 30 aliases known by investigators to have been linked to Rick Bloom across multiple jurisdictions, nationally and internationally.
Yeah.
Those aliases are as follows. Have you gone by the name at any time of Anthony Gretsch?
Can't recall,
Just focus on the first name, please.
Yes. No, can't recall.
Attila Dupont.
Can't recall.
Bernard Dupont.
Yes, he was a friend of mine, yeah.
Charles Gayon.
No, recall.
Christopher Dupont.
Don't recall.
Christopher Stein.
No,
David Freddy.
that was my brother,
Have you used your brother's name,
No.
David Freddy, at any time prior to the 8th of December last year?
No.
Fernand Nicolas Remakel.
Yes.
Francis David de Hedevery.
No.
You've never used the name Francis David de Head.
I never use the name Francis, no.
Frank Mellon.
Can't recall.
Freddie David.
That's again my brother.
Have you ever used your brother's name?
No.
You turn the page, please, Mr. Bloom. Frederick David de Hedevery.
Yes.
Frederick de Hedevaru.
No.
Frederick de Hedevari.
Yes.
Frederic de Hevederi.
That's a feminine name. No.
Gaetan Le Buruscott.
No.
Was not your firstborn son called Gaetan?
Yes, but
You have not
not
used that name?
No.
Guy de Vio?
No.
Philippe Dent?
No.
Remy Lajoie?
No.
Rick Bloom?
Obviously. Yeah.
Richard?
Yes.
Richard Lloyd West?
Yes.
Richard Lloyd Westbury?
Yes.
Rick Richard?
Yes.
Rick West?
Yes.
Roger Lazzoni? Or Lazzoni?
Can't recall.
You can't recall ever being arrested as Roger Lazzoni, carrying an Australian passport in the name of Frederick de Hedevery?
I can't. Is that the one in Vils?
I'm asking you, have you ever
No.
been arrested using the name Roger Lazzoni whilst carrying an Australian-issued passport in the name of Frederick de Hedevery?
Yes, I understand that. Maybe I can't recall.
Willie Coppernoll?
Yes.
Willie David Coppernoll?
Yes.
Willie Wooters?
Yes.
Wooters Willie?
Well, it's the other way around, yes.
Chame Frederick David de Hedevery?
I think yes.
Zabdiel Zilling?
No, never used that name.
Are you quite sure about that?
I'm quite sure about that. I did apply at the PDM, but I was refused.
Why was it refused?
I don't know. It's a decision they take.
Do I understand correctly, you sought to change your name to Zabdiel Zilling?
Yeah.
And why were you wanting to change your name to that particular name?
No reason. No specific reason. They just rejected. So.
And were you given a reason as to why
No,
your application was rejected?
no. That was in Sydney. Yeah, no.
On my count, you accept that you have, from time to time, used in the order of perhaps 13 different names across different jurisdictions.
Yes.
Why have you changed your name so many times, Mr. Bloom?
Mainly because when I returned in Europe, I didn't want anything of my past to come back. That's all. That was probably the main reason.
Well, that's perhaps understandable from Willie Wooters to Frederick de Hedevery. But what about the other names? What's the reason for the change so regularly?
Yeah, same reason, and because also I've used names, you know, on identification, like I explained before, that I got, and to open bank accounts and that sort of thing.
Have the change of names to which you've accepted, perhaps 13 in total, was because you were using them at different times to commit acts of dishonesty?
I did in Europe, yes.
And what about here in Australia?
No.
You say you've never committed any acts of dishonesty in Australia using one of those 13 aliases to which you've admitted today?
Well, I can't recall exactly.
Have you, pardon?
Can't answer that.
Well, have you changed your name so frequently to avoid as much as possible detection or exposure to your true identity?
No.
You're quite certain of that?
I'm quite certain of that, yes.
Can you offer an explanation to Her Honour as to why there have been, over many years, different names that you have gone by?
Yes. I can't offer a proper explanation.
Is it because you have been committing illegal acts and that you have changed your names to make it harder for authorities or others to track you down?
No.
Then what explanation can you provide to justify at least 13 changes of names or uses of names over a long period of time?
Like I said before, because with the different names, I obtain different passports, Australian passport I'm talking of.
Yes.
And
stopping there, why? Why the need?
well,
Let me finish the question, please, Mr. Bloom. Let me finish the question, please. Why the need to change passports so many times into so many different names?
I said when I returned to Europe, I didn't want anything from my past to come back.
And when you're referring to your return to Europe,
Yes.
are you referring to your return in the 1970s or late 60s or some other time?
Late 60s and 70s. Yes.
You accept, do you not, that you've changed your name on your passport well after the 1970s here in Australia, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that you have changed by deed-poll here in Australia well after the 60s or 70s,
Yes.
Your name here in Australia?
Well,
Correct.
after I haven't returned for over 10 years. And anyway, I did it when I did it.
But what I'm seeking to explore with you is why you did it so frequently.
As I said before, so that I had a fresh passport to go back to Europe and that no one could ask me any questions of the past.
Right, let's accept that and let's explore that. You returned to Europe perhaps in 1971, committed some offences,
1971.
was imprisoned and released in May of 1974.
Yes, that's right, yes.
Did you come to Australia at some point after 1974?
Yes, I came back in 74.
And reacquainted yourself with your present wife, Diane?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And married her in 1976?
Yes.
And do you accept that just prior to your marriage to Diane on the 20th of February 1976, you changed your name here in Australia from Willie Wooters to Frederick de Heverberry. Now, that may account for why it was you wanted to leave your past behind, but from 1976, why the need to change your name on so many occasions when you had left your past behind, when you were released from a French prison in 1974?
Because when you go to the passport control, like in Brussels, obviously my name of the past they are listed, and I never wanted to. The fellow which was behind the counter, the police officer or whatever it is, to look at me in a way that it's hard for me to explain.
But have you not cured the problem you believed you had by changing your name in 1976 from Willie Wooters to Frederick de Heverberry?
Yes.
Now, if you accept that, could you please answer my earlier question as to why you have, on a number of occasions since 1976, changed your name here in Australia? Why?
Just because it's, I can't give a reasonable explanation. I don't know.
Is it because you were committing acts of dishonesty here in Australia?
No.
And did not want your identity to be revealed?
I never committed.
What other explanation can you provide to Her Honour, as to why you changed your names so frequently after 1976?
I don't know. Because it's legal to do so, and because probably it was a fantasy, I don't know. I can't explain. But I never committed anything in Australia. Never.
You know that there have been some allegations raised.
Yes, I understand that.
By other people who have had interactions with you.
Yes, I understand that.
And we'll come to those in due course. Could you explain to Her Honour that if you were so keen on leaving your past behind, that you changed your name back to Willie Wooters in 1989?
1899.
Bring up the reference. Do you recall changing your name back to Willie Wooters in 1989?
No.
Could the witness please be shown Volume 9, Part 2. Can you tell them with that? Tab 312G. And the page reference is 2739. Yes, thank you, Officer. If the witness could be provided with that document, and if the other document could be returned, please. Now, Mr. Bloom, can you see there a document which has a number of columns and rows?
Yes.
Mr. Bloom?
Yes.
Could you answer my question, please? Do you see there a document that has a number of columns and rows? At 2739.
2739, yes.
Thank you. Have you seen this document before as part of your review of the material that was provided to you? I want to suggest to you that police investigators have discovered that you have had at least 10 passports at different times, and if you please start on page 2739.
Yes.
You accept that you have had a Belgium issued passport in the name of Willie Wooters.
Yes.
And then your first Australian issued passport was in the name of Frederick David de Hedeverry.
Yes.
And then you've travelled on that, in and out of Australia on a handful of occasions. Then a next or third passport issued in Frederick David de Hedeverry.
Yes.
And then a further passport, the fourth passport, again in the name of Frederick David de Hedeverry.
Yes.
Now, your fifth passport is in the name of Richard Lloyd West.
Yes.
You accept you had a passport in that name?
Yes.
Why did you change your name from Frederick David de Hedeverry to Richard Lloyd West?
Can't offer a proper explanation.
Why did you choose the name West?
Of the phone book or whatever.
For what purpose?
No special purpose.
It takes some time and effort, does it not, to acquire a new passport in a new name?
It doesn't take that long.
It's not a simple process, though, you accept that.
Yeah, probably, but...
And you took the time and you took the effort to change your name from Frederick David de Hedeverry to Richard Lloyd West.
Yes.
I'm simply asking why you did that.
I can't give a proper explanation. No.
Do you accept by 1987 you have returned to Australia from a long absence in Europe?
Yes.
Did something happen between when you left Europe in 1986 and are back in Australia in 1987 that caused you to change your name to Richard Lloyd West?
Not that I can recall.
Can't recall?
No.
If you turn the page, please. The sixth passport that you have had issued in Australia is under the name Richard Westbury.
Yeah.
in 1992.
Yes.
Why did you change your name from Richard Lloyd West to Richard Westbury?
No. I can't give you explanation. I can't.
With the greatest respect, Mr. Bloom, it seems extraordinary that you cannot explain why it is you have...
Can't.
Let me finish the question, please. Why it is you have changed your name on so many occasions.
Well, like I said before, because it's legal to do so, and maybe a fantasy, I don't know, I can't explain.
Can't explain or don't wish to explain, Mr.
No, I
Bloom?
can't explain.
And the change of name on your next passport, the 7th, issued to you here in Australia, from Richard Westbury to Richard. Can you explain why it was you changed your name on that occasion?
No, I can't explain on any of them.
And how did you choose the name Richard? Why did you choose those two names to be known by?
Who?
Why did you choose Richard to be the name you wish to travel on?
Yeah,
From November of 1999.
Yeah, like I said before. I can't give you any valid explanation.
Was it to make detection of your identity more difficult for others who may be in search of you?
No, there was where? Here or abroad?
Here or anywhere else for that matter?
No, like I said, in Australia, I never committed anything, and yes, I did in Europe, but no.
Mr. Bloom, if you didn't commit any wrongdoing
Yes.
here in Australia, why were you changing your name so frequently over so many, many years?
Yes, like I said before, I can't offer an explanation.
Do you see how a reasonable person may find your evidence difficult to comprehend or
I
understand?
understand that, but maybe I'm not a reasonable person. I don't know. Can't explain.
Can you explain why you changed your passport in the name of Richard back to Frederick D. Hedevery in May of 2002?
No. Same explanation. I don't know. Why? I did it because it was easy to do it, because it was legal to do it, and, they never asked me any questions.
That may...
There's the BDMs, every time I've been to the BDMs, there's full of people doing it,
Sorry, you'll need to slow down so that your answer can be recorded.
All right.
Could you repeat your answer, please?
I said every time I've been to the BDMs, there's hundreds of people always there queuing to change their name.
Well, BDM you're referring, I take it, birth, deaths and marriages?
Sorry?
When you refer to BDM,
Yes.
are you referring to births, deaths
That's right.
and marriages?
Yeah.
Did you, I withdraw that, again, for completeness, can you explain why you changed your 8th passport in the name of Frederick D. Hedevery to Willie David Coppenole in 2011?
No, I can't explain. Why?
And do you have a passport now issued in the name of Rick Bloom?
Yes.
Why did you choose the name Bloom?
No specific reason.
Can't offer any explanation for that surname?
No.
Throughout this period of time, and if you need to go back to page 2739, do so, but from 1976, when your first Australian passport was issued, and till the present time, did you tell any family of a change of name in your passports?
No, it was never. No, it never came up.
Why were you so secretive of your family as to your identity, as recorded in your Australian-issued passports?
Yes, the question never came up about anything of that. You know, when I went to my family, it was just, calling me Willie, that's all.
Did you not have any conversation with any family member to the effect of, I just changed my name to Richard Lloyd West, so you're not startled when someone calls me Mr. West in the street, I shall now be known as Richard Lloyd West from here on?
No.
Why the secrecy? Why the non-disclosure to your family as to your new name?
No specific reason, no.
No specific reason?
No.
Do your children know that you've had all these different names or aliases?
No. They didn't know. They know now.
They know now. Do they know you as Rick Bloom, or?
Yes.
And when did they learn that your surname is Bloom?
When I changed, I suppose.
Suppose, or was it more recently after police contacted you about this inquiry?
No, it was before that.
Did they know you as Richard Westbury at any time?
I don't know. Don't know.
But you have no clear memory of disclosing to your children your various names?
No, my son has been living separately from us for, I don't know, many years. And my daughter was living separately from us as well, but just recently, we moved with her when we were living in Suffolk.
That was in the 2000s?
Yes.
And I ask that the witness be provided with volume 10, part 1. And if the officer could please turn up, bless you, page 2904. Two 2904. Mr. Bloom, you see there a document which records you changing your name from Willie Wooters to Frederick David de Hebervary?
Yes.
On the 12th of February 1976?
Yes.
And that was 8 days before you married Diane on the 20th of February 1976?
The day before?
8 days before
8 days.
you married. Do you recall being married at the Wayside Chapel in Sydney by
Yes.
the Reverend Ed Knopfs
That's right.
on the 20th of February 1976?
Yes.
All right. You turn to the next tab, page 2906. Do you see another instrumental deed polled everything change of name? This
Yes.
time you're changing your name from Frederick David de Hebervary
Yes.
to Richard Lloyd West.
Yes.
You turn to the next document. Do you see a further instrument, page 2908?
Yes.
Further instrument evidencing change of name, where you abandoned the use of the name Richard Lloyd West
Yes.
and returned to the name Frederick David de Hebervary?
Yes.
Turn to the next document. Do you see further instrument evidencing change of name, page 2910,
Yes.
whereby you abandon the name of Frederick David de Hebervary
Yes.
for the name Richard Lloyd
Yes.
West? Now you will recall some earlier questions I put to you about changing your name back to Willie Wooters. Do you please turn to page 912? Do you have 912, I withdraw that, 2912?
Yes.
Do you see there that you are changing your name from Frederick David de Hebervary to Wooters Willie?
Yes.
Do you accept that you changed your name to Wooters Willie by deed poll here in Australia? Do you have the document, Mr. Bloom?
I'm going to it.
2912, and if you need assistance, please ask.
2912.
It's tab. If you have tabs, it's tab E 2912, but I'm sure the court officer can assist. Now, Mr. Bloom, I apologise to you. I suggested to you that you changed your name back to Willie Wooters. I was wrong. Did you change your name to Wooters Willie from Frederick David de Hebervary in December of 1989?
Well,
You accept that's
I
your
accept that,
handwriting,
yes.
do you not?
yes, I accept that.
And if you look at the signature with former name, do you accept that that is a signature you have used many times for
Yes.
Frederick de Hebervary?
Yes.
Now, I'll return to my earlier question with a slightly different slant. If you were so concerned of your past, why would you change your name from Frederick David de Hebervary to Wooters Willie?
I just can't explain that. I can't explain. Sorry.
Do you see how a reasonable person could draw the conclusion that the reason you have changed your name so many times is for some dishonest purpose?
As I said to you, not in Australia.
Then why change the name so many times, Mr. Balloon?
call it the way you want. You call it.
I'm simply trying to understand.
Yes, I know. I'm
why.
I'm following you.
Why from 1976 you have spent time, effort, and money.
Yes.
Changing your name so many times, yes, and have concealed from those closest to you,
yes,
your various changes of name. So all I'm simply trying to understand is why.
Yes, I wouldn't do it now. I was in another frame of mind. That's all. That's the only reason I can give.
But with respect, Mr. Bloom, we're talking of a period from 1976 through to...
Yes, I know that.
To the present time.
Yes, I understand that. I understand that.
If you go to the next document at page 2914, you see there a further instrument evidencing change of name.
Yes.
Where you have decided to abandon the use of the name Richard Lloyd West for the name Richard Lloyd Westbury.
Yes.
Do you accept, Mr. Bloom, that you have also at different times since 1976 held different driver's licences in different names?
Yes.
And that you have enrolled yourself to vote in different jurisdictions, yes, at different times in different names?
Yes.
And do I take it that you still cannot provide any explanation as to why you have taken the time and the effort and spent the money to do that?
Well, as far as voting is concerned, you've got to, you've got to register and with the name you have. I mean, it's...
Is it fair to say that over a long period of time, from 1976, you have become quite familiar with how to change one's name?
Yes, it is.
And that is by way of births, deaths and marriages, or deed poll, or an instrument of name change? How to change one's name through an application for a new passport?
Yeah.
And also how to go about changing one's name on a driver's licence?
Well,
correct?
Yes.
And also how to go about changing one's name on a how to vote enrolment?
Yes.
An electoral roll?
Yeah.
Now, can I come to this question? In evidence from your wife,
yes,
this week, she told Her Honour that she has only known you by 5 different names.
Yes.
Willie Wooters, Frederick de Heberveri, Rick West, Richard Westbury and Rick Bloom.
Yes.
You've accepted that you may have used in the order of 13 different aliases. Are you able to explain why you did not disclose to your wife all the other aliases that you have had in your life?
I probably... My wife... I don't... My wife hasn't got... How can I explain that? If you give me a second.
Before you say anything further, Mr. Bloom, Do you wish to refresh your memory from handwritten notes?
Yes, that's my wife's problem. And the reason why she doesn't remember things, and she does. She was the first person in Australia to survive that surgery.
Mr. Bloom, I'm sorry to ask you, but I'm not following what you're saying.
Well, she was born with craniosynostosis. You know, and
Pausing there, is there a document that you wish Her Honour to consider?
yes, and
Perhaps if that could be passed down to the court officer.
she's got.
Mr. Bloom, I was just wanting to understand why it was that, according to your wife's evidence yesterday, you may not have disclosed to her all of your aliases that you've gone by throughout your life.
To
your wife,
yes,
Diane,
yes,
why it is, based on her evidence, you have not disclosed to her all of the different names or aliases you have used throughout your life.
throughout my life, probably not.
And is that because you have not told her all of the different names or aliases that you have gone by?
No.
Your Honour, a document has been passed to me. I've provided a copy to my learned friend, Mr. Smith. I'm acutely aware that Ms. Burke is appearing by AVL, and I think it's prudent that a copy of the document that's been handed to me be scanned if possible, or an image of the document taken and sent to her. And on that basis, could I ask for a short adjournment?
Yes, we'll take a short adjournment to arrange for that to happen. Thank you.
Please stand. rise, please all stand. Scott's got no issues.
Your Honour, thank you for the short adjournment. Can I provide the document to Your Honour that was provided to those assisting Your Honour by Mr Bloom? It's a document that appears to have been printed from the Children's Health Queensland Government fact sheet relating to craniosynostosis. If that can be marked for identification, a copy's been provided to my learned friends. And if you want to take a moment to consider that, and then I'll
Thank you.
explore with the witness the relevance of the document.
MFIC. Yes, thank you. I've read that.
Mr Bloom, what's the purported relevance of the document that's just been marked for identification that was handed to me just prior to the adjournment, just now?
Sorry?
What's the purported relevance of the document that was handed down to myself just prior to the short adjournment?
Just to tell you that my wife's got memory problems, that's all. You know.
Can I inform you, Mr Bloom, and I stand to be corrected by my learned friends or Her Honour, but I do not recall during any of your wife's evidence this week claiming to have memory difficulties of the nature that's recorded in the document, just marked for identification.
Yes, she doesn't want to talk about it, that's all. She's, you know, she was...
Mr Bloom, have you provided that document and the purported reasons for its relevance to distract from my question as to why it appears you have not disclosed to your wife all of the names or aliases you have used in your lifetime since 1976? Pardon?
I say I might or might not, but all I'm saying is that most of the time she can't remember.
Perhaps, Your Honour, that may be a matter for submissions in due course.
Yes, I think so.
And you've read the document to which was marked for identification? The document that has just been marked
Yes.
for identification, you have read that?
Yes?
Does it say anything about memory loss? Your Honour, the document will speak for itself.
It does, yes, thank you.
Mr Bloom, you have admitted, have you not, to police investigators in relation to the disappearance of Marion Barter of having extramarital affairs with your wife, Diana?
Yes?
How many extramarital affairs have you had since you've been married to Diane?
About the ones, you know, those three. One, two, three.
Have there been more than three, Mr Bloom?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I can't recall, but one, two, three. That's all I can recall.
You can't recall having any other extramarital affairs other than on 3 occasions?
That's right.
And who are the 3 that you state you have had an extramarital affair with?
Well, Oldenburg and what's the name? Gaffney, yeah.
Gaffney Bowen.
Sorry?
Gaffney Bowen.
That's right, yes.
Jeanette Gaffney Bowen.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
What about Monique Cornelius?
That was only a platonic relation I had with Monique. Nothing else. I've known Monique for a long time. She's a fantastic person. She used to visit, her parents used to live next door to the factory I was running, and she used to come at the factory many, many times. She came to our, even my wife doesn't remember that, but she came to our place. And I said to my wife this morning, not later than this morning, I said, you've got to remember Monique. She said, no, I don't remember. And she came to our place to see the baby. I wasn't having a sexual relationship with Monique when my wife was having a new baby.
Do you deny having a marital affair with Monique Cornelius whilst you were married to Diane?
I deny that.
And what were you discussing this morning with your wife about this topic?
Because I said to my wife, do you remember Monique in Luxembourg? And she said no. That's all.
She said that to you this morning, didn't she?
Yes.
That does not accord with her sworn testimony this week in this court.
So, excuse me?
It does not accord with your wife's evidence this week in this court, where she gave clear evidence that she knew Monique Cornelius whilst you lived in Luxembourg.
Well, if she did, she did. But she told me she didn't remember her visiting our house.
Could the witness please be shown his police statement that the witness signed on the 9th of June 2021?
Yeah, I've got it here. It's not the 9th of June, it's September.
Mr. Bloom, I thought we'd established this morning that you attended Ballina Police Station on the 9th of June last year and provided a statement.
I didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Could you please turn over whatever documents you have in front of you, and could you please read the documents being provided to you, which is a statement
Yes.
bearing your name,
Yes.
dated the 9th of June 2021. Do you accept that that is your signature, Mr. Bloom?
Yes.
And you are familiar, are you not, with the contents of this document?
Yes.
And do you accept that the contents contained within this document are true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Could you please turn to page 4 of your statement, which is 2208? Your Honour, the statement's found at tab 309,
Thank you.
page 2208. Do you have page 4 of your statement there, Mr. Bloom?
Yes, yes.
Could you go, please, to paragraph 17?
Yes.
Could you go to the third sentence,
Yes.
which says, I had a relationship with his ex-wife, that being Fernand that is Fernand Remakel,
Yes.
Monique, and that's how I came to know more about him.
Yes, and so on.
Do you say that that relationship was not sexual
That's
in
right.
nature?
It was a platonic relationship.
It was a what?
Platonic.
Platonic. Could you return that, please, Mr. Bloom, and could the witness be provided with volume 10, part 2, Whilst that's being turned up, I'll just go to another document, which is in Volume 8. And perhaps, whilst I'm dealing with the document in Volume 8, the court officer can find page 3232. But if the witness could be provided with Volume 8. Thank you. And Mr. Bloom, could you go to tab 281? Do you see there the electronic record of interview that you submitted to on the 14th of September last year?
That's right.
Now, if you go to page 12 of the record of interview,
Yes.
to question 136. Question 136 on page 2 of the record of interview.
Page 12.
Sorry, page 12, my apologies. Now, if you start at question 136,
Yes.
the detective asks you, now in this statement you also say that you had an affair, I think was the words. You answer yes. Question, a lady by the name of Monique.
Yes.
You answer yes. And do you say that the affair to which is referred to in that passage was not of a sexual or romantic kind?
Right.
The affair was
Platonic.
Platonic affair. Now, when did you go to Luxembourg?
I went to Luxembourg in
If it assists, I can provide you with your travel movements, if
Yes.
that may assist. Was it 1980 or 81 or thereabouts?
Can I just check? I've got my notes.
You're in circumstances where the witness wishes to refresh his memory. It's a matter entirely, of course, for Your Honour, but if the witness is going to refresh his memory, then in my respectful submission, I will be entitled to call upon those documents.
Yes. Mr. Bloom, if you were going to refer to something to refresh your memory, then Mr. Castleton will call for them to see what you are actually looking at.
All right, okay.
So if that's what you want to do,
Yes, I just want to...
then Mr. Castleton will ask to see them.
Okay.
No.
But there's other ways of refreshing your memory that counsel assisting is able to do.
All right.
In fairness to you, Mr. Bloom, I know nothing about what is contained in the documents to which you want to read, and it may be that there's matters contained within those notes that are of a legal professional kind, which may attract confidentiality or privilege because they are documents that you may have created for your former solicitors.
No, it's only my writing
And if there was any confidentiality of that type, over which a legal professional privilege may attach, it's a matter for you as to whether or not you wish to waive that privilege. But as Her Honour identified a moment ago, if you feel the need to refresh from those notes, I may receive instructions to call on the notes to see what's contained within them.
No, it's all right. I'll get back to it.
Mr. Bloom, would you mind just the notes you've got in front of you, put them together,
Yeah.
turn them face down and put them over to the left-hand side, just so...
My son was born in 70. My daughter was born in 81. So 81,
81.
81, 82, 83, I was 3 years in Luxembourg.
3 years?
Yes.
It's, and were they 3 continuous years, or
Yes.
were you coming and going?
No, I came back to Australia once because I bought land in Tambourine and I had to come to, because when I bought the land it wasn't, there was any plan, I just paid a deposit and I had to wait till the council put the roads and whatever in, infrastructures. And I had to come back because there was problems with the weeds, that it had to be eradicated. And I come back for that, and so I just came back once, anyway.
And
During those 3 years, I only came back once, and I came back for a few days.
And the 3 continuous years you had in Luxembourg,
Yes,
what were you doing there?
I was running a factory for the family. I can give you that. That's not a problem.
It may be that before you give any documents to me, Mr. Bloom, that you perhaps may wish to contact your former solicitors and take advice. I just don't know what's in it.
Yeah, no, it's just a cut of a newspaper in Luxembourg.
I think that was one of the documents you provided
Yes.
to us.
Yes,
Now, what was the family business called?
it was called Européen du Siège.
And was it manufacturing furniture, or
Only lounge. We were making about 30 lounges a day.
and just lounges?
Just lounges.
And when you refer to the family, who specifically are you referring to?
I'm referring to Maria, her husband. They were still alive then.
Andre Wouters and
And my 2 brothers. There were one of brothers. They were still alive. Everyone was still alive.
and that's in the early 80s, you've established.
Yeah, my daughter was born in 80, so that's and we stayed 3 years. So it's 80, 81, 82.
And during that period of time, did you come to meet Monique Cornelius?
Yes.
And
Yes, she was a school teacher, and she was involved in all what's she today is a publisher, and she has her own publishing company, as far as I know.
And pausing there, if I understood your evidence correctly earlier, her parents lived...
Her parents lived in Esch-sur-Alzette, which was the next town of where I had the factory, which was in Noordzange.
Okay. And what was the town that you lived in?
I was living in Itzig.
And the factory was located elsewhere?
Yes, the factory was located in the southern part of Luxembourg. I mean, Luxembourg is not very big, but the southern part is called the area of the 3 frontier, which is Belgium, France, and 3 frontier. Belgium, France, and Germany. Sorry.
And you were responsible for the factory in
Yes,
Luxembourg.
that's right. I was running the business.
And why did you leave Luxembourg after the
Because the family started a bigger factory in Elzel, and that we were producing up to 120 lunches a day, and they ceased that operation in Luxembourg, and I traveled. We exhibit. I mean, they had factories and shops like the kind of normal
Retail furniture shop.
retail furnitures, yes, and they had big shops like that all over Belgium, France, and whatever. Anyway, and I was then in charge of running the exhibition. We exhibited in London, in Ireland, in Dublin, and in Scotland, and then in Paris, in London, in Genova. I mean, all those places.
I'm just pausing there, returning to my question.
Yes.
Why was it you came to leave Luxembourg?
Why I came to leave?
Yeah, why did you leave?
Because my children at the time were living in England, and I was going abroad weekly or fortnightly. My wife stayed in England with the kids, and the kids got sick all the time because of the weather. And my wife our parents were in the last, how can I put it? Were in the last leg of their lives, and she wanted to be close to her parents. And because my kids were always sick too, she said they'll probably get, less problem with the weather in Australia. And that's why we came back. I wish I never did, but anyway, that's another story.
And when you were in Luxembourg, did you have any other employment or work anywhere else other than for the family furniture business or factory?
I was there 7 days. 7 days. Yes, 7 days. But I was working 6 days a week. But on Sundays I used to go for the varnish and all the things we used.
And when you were living in Luxembourg for those 3 years...
For 3 years.
3 years. Yes. Did you own a boat?
Boat in Luxembourg?
Boat, yes. Anywhere. Not necessarily in Luxembourg, but did you own a boat?
There's only pine woods and pine forest. How could I have a boat?
I wasn't suggesting that you had a boat in Luxembourg. I was asking whether you owned a boat when you were living in Luxembourg. That boat could have been moored anywhere. I don't know. I'm just simply asking the question.
No.
You didn't own a boat?
No.
Anywhere?
No.
Could the witness be provided, please, with Volume 10, Part 2?
Yes, I remember it well. I've gone through.
Thank you. And to page 3232.
Thank you.
I apprehend from your last statement, Mr. Bloom, that you recall seeing a document provided to police by Monique Cornelius.
Yes, I know it very well.
In October of last year.
Yes.
We just start at the top of the document. You see paragraph number 1.
Yes.
Were you known as Frederick de Hebervary in Luxembourg?
Yes, that's the passport I had.
And did you meet Monique Cornelius by chance in Luxembourg City?
No. I met her at the book sale.
You see, she claims that you met by chance in Luxembourg
Yes,
City.
I know that. I think she was having the Mickey of whomever. I know her too well.
She says that we sat down at the same table to drink a coffee in a bistro. He talked to me and we had a good and interesting conversation. He told me, among other things, that he was working for the British Embassy in Luxembourg
Never said anything like that.
as a special agent.
Never said anything like that.
You never said to Monique Cornelius that you were working as a special agent
No.
in the British Embassy?
No. Why would I say that?
You mentioned in your evidence earlier about fantasy. Was
Yes, I know.
this a fantasy that you had decided to tell Monique Cornelius about?
I went to Luxembourg City, which is the capital of the country, very, very few times. I was in the south of Luxembourg running a business nearly 7 days a week. I went 6 days. I was there from early morning. I had a girl living next door, was working there. We used to come because sometimes there was lots of snow, and I had, driving to the factory, sometimes I was a bit late. And so she opened the door. At 8 o'clock in the morning, she opened the door, and I arrived for 8 o'clock normally, except when it was too much snow. That I was on the road for a bit longer, put it that way.
And you see that Monique Cornelius goes on to say, I believed him, I was young and dumb. In the end, Frederick asked me if we could see each other again. I agreed.
She is not.
We saw each other every now and again to eat out or go out together to an event.
She's not young and dumb.
We're talking about 1980s.
Yes.
1980s.
She was a teacher at the time.
Did she live alone in an apartment at the time you knew her in Luxembourg?
Apparently, I've been there a few times. Yes, she was living alone in an apartment.
And was she separated from her husband when you knew her?
I don't know if he was separated or divorced, but she wasn't living with him, that's for sure.
And what was his name?
Fernand Remakel,
Fernand Remakel
Yeah.
was his name,
Yes?
who was either married or separated
Yes.
from Monique Cornelius.
I know he was living with another woman, but I've never met her. But that's what Monique told me, and I believe that. She wasn't honestly, reading this, I think she's had the monkey of whomever called her, because I know her so well. She's a super intelligent person. She speaks Luxembourg, German fluently, English fluently, Italian fluently, She was super intelligent.
You see, do you not, in her evidence to New South Wales Police, that she says that you really wanted and insisted a lot on doing a long sailing boat trip with me. He even told me that he had already bought the boat.
Oh, yes. I never owned a boat in my life.
You never told her a tale of going off sailing for a long sailing boat trip?
No. I just said to you, and I swear by it, I think she took the monkey off, because I know her character too well. I depended on her for lots of things, like with the with the trademarks and then, all that sort of thing to do with the furniture. And she knew everything and everybody. She knew everybody in Luxembourg, everybody to know in Luxembourg,
She goes on to say, as you can see, that you suggested to her in relation to doing a long sailing boat trip?
Yes,
That it would be only the two of us, the sun and the sea? It sounds more than a platonic relationship, Mr. Bloom.
well,
Again, do you say
I can only
fantasy?
swear about what I just said, and that's what it is. She introduced me to all the, like the Bosch, dinner plates and all that, Bosch factory in Luxembourg, and I went with her to concert. She introduced me to all the people you had to know in Luxembourg.
Did you always tell her that you loved her? Did you tell her that you loved her?
No.
You see in paragraph 6,
Yes, I know that.
Monique Cornelius says, he always told me he loved me.
Yes.
Did you invent extraordinary stories, Mr. Bloom,
No.
Mr. Bloom, when you socialised with Monique Cornelius?
No.
Did you tell her about participating in a war in Asia?
A war in Asia? No.
She says that you told her, this is paragraph 6,
Yes.
he could tell or invent extraordinary stories about war he had participated in Asia.
Yes, I've read it, I know. No. No way.
She goes on to say he was coming to my place whenever we set a time, and after a few hours he would leave. We were never living together, and that suited me.
I went to her place 2 or 3 times, as I said.
And you maintain that your relationship with Monique Cornelius was purely platonic?
Exactly.
Did you send her letters from Australia?
I sent her a few postcards on special occasion, with things that I remember. I sent her maybe 1 or 2 letters, yes. But it was only about talking of Australia. It wasn't, nothing. Like when I went to live in Tasmania, I sent her a letter to explain that, pardon me, that it was the most southern part of Australia, and explain all those things that with the people going on the South Pole and all that.
Did you send... Please go on.
And I sent her a photo or a card of a hut which was on the most southern point of Tasmania, and there was nothing between. It says on the card, there was nothing between that point where that hut was and the South Pole.
Just so I follow clearly, did you send a photograph or a postcard of a wooden cabin?
Yes, that's right.
And why were you sending a photograph or a postcard of a wooden cabin?
Because to explain about Tasmania, just to, because she was that sort of person interested in everything. So that's the only reason why I wrote to her about things which.
Did you ask her whether she would be interested in starting a fresh life with you?
No way. No.
In answer to...
I'll say it again. My wife had a new baby. Why would I? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Mr. Bloom,
no.
In answer to a question by New South Wales Police to Monique Cornelius, she was asked in relation to the relationship between you and her, was it romantic? And Monique Cornelius responded, a little bit of both. Was it ever a romantic relationship?
No.
She goes on to...
I mean, there'd be, if there'd be no harm in me saying yes, but it wasn't.
She goes on to say, at the end of her written evidence to New South Wales Police, at the end of our relationship, he confessed to me that he had a wife in Australia.
I didn't confess. She came to my place.
It suggests that the relationship may have been more than a platonic relationship.
No, sir. She, as I said, she came to my place when my wife gave birth she came to my place to see the baby. I mean, honest to God.
And after that line, she says, for me, that was the end of our relationship.
The end of the relationship was, there was no hand because, like you said before, I sent her some letters and cards. So that was that sort of relationship we had, but nothing else.
She says, I told him never to approach me again. Did that occur?
No. I didn't see her again, but because I left Luxembourg.
And then her final words, as you know, he disappeared, and that is very good this way.
He disappeared, and?
That is very good this way. Mr. Bloom, did not your wife and children return to Australia for 6 months after your daughter was born?
That's right, yes. She came back to show the baby to her parents.
Did you have, whilst you lived in Luxembourg, a bank account in your name?
No, it was in the name of the company.
How did you go about your financial affairs if you had no bank account in Luxembourg?
I said we had a bank the bank was in Dishonesty, and it was...
I take it that was a business account, not a personal account.
That's right, yes.
Did you have a personal account?
Not that I can recall. We use the business account for everything.
And
I like to point to you that Luxembourg at the time, I don't know now, but it was a tax-free country. That's why we were there. And they've got a banking system that no other countries have.
Did you meet Monique Cornelius's ex-husband, Fernand Remakel, whilst you were in Luxembourg?
I met him once when he came to pick up a lounge suite that he bought from us.
Could it have been more than once?
No, once. I saw him once.
Your wife gave evidence that you were friendly with both of them, Fernand and Monique.
I couldn't have been... I saw him once. How could I have been extra friendly with him?
I'm just telling you what the your wife was yesterday or the day
Maybe
before.
She suggested that, I don't know.
She said that...
But she knew that I was very friendly with Monique, yes, because she used to... Every time she visited her family, as I said before, her parents were living in Esch-sur-Alzette, which is a town next to my factory was. And every time she came, she took my son to, parks like here we have, what do you call that? To
playgrounds?
Yeah, playground, and we had little trains and all that sort of thing. I tried to find them out, but I didn't. I had photos of her with my son in those little trains and all that, but I don't know where they are.
Mr. Bloom, your wife's evidence this week was to this effect. She was asked, so that I'm clear with your evidence, did your husband, that's you,
Yes.
tell you more recently that he knew Fernand Remakel and Monique Cornelius whilst he was managing the furniture business in Luxembourg? The wife answered, well, he said they were friends. Yeah. Question. When he said they were friends, was he referring to both Fernand Remakel and Monique Cornelius? Answer. As far as I know. He said they came to the business and, you know, saw him when he was working there and they became friends.
Yes, but not Fernand. She only came...
Did you become friends with Fernand Remakel
No.
when you were living in Luxembourg?
No, sir.
Why did you appropriate the name Fernand Remakel in 1992?
Why?
Yes.
Oh, like I did the others. And as it happens, I use that name. You know, I got a...
Why, Mr. Bloom, did you appropriate Fernand Remakel's name and obtain a Queensland driver's licence in 1992?
Yes, like I did.
Why, Mr. Bloom?
Why?
Yes, for the third time.
Just that I had Luxembourg driver's license in his name, and I acquired that driver's license in Australia, in Queensland. Yeah.
And you had that in 1992, correct?
Yes.
And you first obtained it, did you not, in 1988?
Sorry.
And you first obtained
Yes.
the Queensland driver's licence in the name of Fernand Remakel
Yes.
in 1988.
Yeah, the license was valid, I think, for 5 years. I don't know. So.
And you returned, I want to suggest to you, to Australia in 1986.
Yes.
Why did you appropriate Fernand Remakel's name and acquire a Queensland driver's licence in 1988?
No explanation. I can...
None at all?
None at all, no. I can't give you an
No
explanation.
fantasy?
Fantasy? No.
You didn't wish to be Fernand Remakel,
No.
an international soccer player
No.
from Luxembourg,
No. I knew that he was...
formerly married to Monique Cornelius?
Sorry?
You didn't want to be him?
No, sir.
Fantasy.
Jesus Christ, no.
Then what other explanation can you proffer as to why, for 9 years, you held a Queensland driver's licence?
For 9 years?
I'll check that, but it was from 1988 to December 1997.
Yeah. Well, it was a 10 years license then, yeah, I suppose.
But it needed to be renewed, didn't it?
Pardon?
It needed to be renewed.
Yeah, I did.
And you renewed it.
No.
I want to suggest to you, you renewed it in 1992.
No, I only got one license. I didn't renew it, no.
And I'll return to that because it'll take some time to dig up the documents.
No.
When did your wife leave Luxembourg and start living in the United Kingdom? You recall you gave some evidence a little while ago that the children's health wasn't great whilst they were living in the United Kingdom.
Yes.
When did they start living in the United Kingdom?
After Luxembourg, we lived in Belgium.
For how long?
For maybe maybe 6 months, maybe more.
And were you, at that time, when you're living in Belgium, working still as part of the family furniture business?
That's why we went to England, because I had the airport, not Heathrow, but the other airport, Gatwick, next door, and we were living in Burwash. Burwash is the town of Rudyard Kipling, and we went to live there. I lived a little time in Belgium and a little time in France, but it was to doing the exhibition, because I had to have organized the trucks to come with the lounges. They were coming from a factory in Elzel, and to all those places, all those capital cities where we were doing exhibition, they were furnitures, salon as they call it, and so being that next to the airport in Gatwick was very useful for me to go to all those places. And also, most of the time, I used to go by car through, depending on where I was going, I used to go through Dover or through
Colchester?
No. The ports next to Dover, Folkestone and Dunkirk.
In France?
In France, yes, because I was...
Calais?
Sorry?
Not Calais?
Calais, yes, because I was doing the crossing with a car.
And your wife has given evidence that she believed that her and the two children lived in the United Kingdom for about 3 years whilst
probably right.
Whilst you commuted backwards and forth to continental Europe.
Probably right.
And did you say that they were living in the town of Rudyard Kipling?
Yes, in Burwash.
The author?
Yes. It was a town with 280 people living there. They had 7 pubs and bus load of tourists every day coming, because Rudyard Kipling had this mill and all his... anyway, that's where he...
And what was the town?
Burwash. Burwash.
And at that time, were the kids in school, or
yes,
not quite at school?
No, my wife used to go with my daughter to the what do you call that? Daycare or whatever, and my son was at school.
And how often would you go away for before you came back to the...
I used to go on early in the week, on Monday, and come back at the end of the week. I spend the weekend and then I go back. I did that for 3 years. Except when I was going to Gatwick, like I said before, catch a plane to go to exhibition in other countries, like Germany, Italy, and etc.
And would you come back most weekends?
I would come back most weekends, yes.
And your recollection is you predominantly just stayed the weekend before you would fly back out or take the boat to Europe to exhibit the family life?
I used to bring, every time I used to bring most of the food from France, because we went to that period, that's where we can't give blood. We had the medical disease at the time, and we were afraid of buying meat in England for that reason. So I used every weekend when I come back, I used to bring all the shopping from France.
Your Honour, is that a convenient time?
Yes, we'll stop for today, and Sorry, Mr. Smith.
Could I raise one matter in the absence of the witness before Your Honour adjourns?
Yes, I'll just excuse Mr. Bloom for today, and you'll need to come back for 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. But we're going to be sitting in Byron Bay Court tomorrow.
Sounds good to Byron Bay.
Yeah. So the police will talk to you about how that's going to be arranged.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bloom. I'll just adjourn briefly so Mr. Bloom can exit.
So as I stand, this passport is now temporarily adjourned. Passport's now issued.
I'm indebted to Your Honour for the short adjournment. Can I just confirm with Your Honour's court staff, well, firstly, Your Honour, a discussion is to be had, and I think it'd be best done in closed court. Can I just, through Your Honour, inquire of Your Honour's court staff that we are going into closed court?
We go into closed court now, please.